behind you, rain falls on the great city of Revachol. Rain drips from the spring thaw must be here. Looking up at the sky, cold grey sky like great battleships, clouds colliding with one another. Rain falls down on the world. Your shirt sticks to your chest. The shoulders of your disco blazer grow heavy. The cold finds its... You're not dressed for this weather. You should get an overcoat or a patrol cloak. A traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, the road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath, Revachol is the capital of the world. It's home.
I have a brother in the cut. Where the wood at?
To be in Martinaise, where no one goes, at the runoff point of a long-forgotten canal, standing in the rain, looking north, where Jamrock Rock City in the rain-swept distance, above the rooftops of Jamrock, a satellite officer, Jean Vichmer, rushes down the precinct. On the bridge, officers Torsen and McLean are standing guard. Torsen wears jeans.
Where's your homo, homie?
What?
It's not like that. They're what is called heterosexual life partners.
Huh? Yeah.
Hetero-sexual...
Funny apiary. Male-centric work.
Is there something...
No, nothing. It's just... Judith went to his place and found the Monday mail unopened.
That would be irresponsible.
With that animal? Never again, man. What...
In Martinez.
Your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain stinks.
This rain will not let up anytime soon. You should get a raincoat. There's a freight to the east. They sell them there.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with? We don't see a lot of police around here, that's all. Of course. What? Sure. I'm done with go easy on that stuff. It gave me a terrible... Of course. I won't hold you back.
Her gloves. You get the feeling that you need them. You have a...
Sure. Keep them. I have another pair.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, "Whirling in rags." With a well-oiled crack. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. There is, but you won't like. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
You see milk, a box full. Among the threadbare has the legs of
the victim's clothes? Drop them in here, officer. Guitar marked blue jeans. The belt is missing.
Something slimy, a drab long...
This is a military type overgarment.
The rest of the rags are...
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash.
The fuck's he on about, kids? You hear that, Kuno? He thinks you're an infant or something.
See? Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash.
The lieutenant. It's just organic waste. Nothing. What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from something larger.
Officer, is that your Paper? It is. Look. The plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an... If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trap? Officer, this is an official piece of paperwork. It probably contains notes on numerous ongoing investigations, and could even list undercover operatives. It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case.
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to...
You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in only in its...
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate the...
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got...
There he still is, looking right.
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow Kuno!
It's just a racist mug. Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage? So again, you dug it out of the trash. Why? It's the ledger you found in the... There's a piece, it's a metaphor. Below the pathetic, it's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic. Way cool. An aluminium block runs the width of the board. The surface is interrupted by a silvery stick.
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information. It depends. Aside from an
How many years you've been on the force, he's thinking.
any capable light with the right... All RCM vehicles have had light.
This means you can read the watermarks. If you...
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden paint, they're not exactly. Once in a while, there's a red stamp. Work, strife, poverty. Yes, it appears you employ a... Yes, all caps. One is called the Next World mural. Another, Others appear more light-hearted. The guy's on a couch in an You like this grimy. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene? Good. That's a good one. But do you also use the titular? Well, so do I. In our defense, officer. It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM. Again, in your defense. I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died.
There is, for precisely one more. The tasks you've completed flow out of the kind green ape pen. Inspect the victim. Interview the cafet. A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you. Things to be done and things already.
No, actually. Any ideas? Furies. Yes, well, I don't know. I have to be honest, I'm not experiencing the... Could you make it less poetic? Okay. It's a good name, but it has one problem. Something more concrete, perhaps?
Usual is boring. We don't do that.
Yes. I have to tell you, officer, I don't appreciate ironic titles. They're not going to get...
Fun is outlawed with this guy! What a nut!
Great! That's great. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man.
You don't exactly close them. So much of... Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the... Why, yes, your every last alphanumeric in the files. That is improper. It takes about half an hour to piece one together. This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, the mural is enormous. Two silhouettes, a man. True love is possible only in the next world. For people call it that thing, and the graffito crew is easy to track down. The case files do not show you. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case be a staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it, turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us. Did someone ask what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do you want to tackle next, or are we done? AKA Leslie and Burke, AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk, is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer. For you were so drunk you didn't remember what it was when you signed on. That Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear view. You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own home? No, Leslie and Burke are on the corner of Main Street and Perdition, because that's where the action is. Threatening, fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemiaki to take them out. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations. Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. The officer is also drunk. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now on. Kill them. They broke it. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure, which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read another one? Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard. In the back, you see thin, translucent copier paper. 3. The topmost are misconduct fines. These are quite sinister in tone. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police. The rest of the stinking cellulose is the acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base it's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Blue. The blue heart. Don't look into it. Something rattles inside, ever so light. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. With your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip, screwed to the top of the... The two sides of the board appear slight. The slides snap back into place. It should be possible without resistance, or 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. It smells of chewing gum. A touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it. Throw it away, please. Your hand shakes, holding the card. Every morning, every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me. You. Every step I take will get lighter. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of you. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No, hold on. To what?
Detective, he said.
There is nothing again. Nothing sad, brother. No treachery. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me. Is it? The world is gone. You are no longer reacting to outward.
A bitter caustic sense of loss remains.
The call, when you're...
Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it, because it's always there.
Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
Beautiful. Believe me,
There is no Voyager Road. There are no... You think they would let you? Until...
Yes, they're pouring some...
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness. In the upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated...
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself, as it pours down your palm.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made...
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water.
What happened? That does sometimes happen. You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed? Good.
The ledger of failure and hatred is a special item.
There he still is, looking right through you. The ammonia only makes it worse. The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Nor does the wind right now.
The weight is reassuring, like a crenel.
I've seen strong men turn themselves inside out for hours. You are facing tough odds here. Alcohol withdrawal makes it considerably harder. I've seen captains puke their guts out. It never gets easier. You never get used to the smell. Every Monday is cadaver day. Throw up, investigate, then drive to the station. Maybe throw up on the way there if you didn't bag the thing tight enough. I think I've lost my sense of smell. Not being hungover helps too. That's probably a good idea. Clear our heads. You need to get your shit together. We should go talk to the locals. Find something.
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue...
Give it half an hour. Get yourself together. Then come back and have another go.
There he still is. Look.
Look, see? It's the fucking war pig! Try not to knock yourself...
You belittled yourself before the Kuno. Now you must seek his forgiveness.
Whoa, whoa! What's this psycho shit?
He's trying to forget it.
Reminisce with Kuno. First, you try...
Yeah, Kuno, what was that?
How are you gonna make Kuno forget that shit, huh?
What are you doing?
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must... As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can... It must be his name. Garanci. Garanci, Quebec. Sounds representative. The man puts his cup down and replies something. His left... He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn. The man ponders his cooking utensil.
Yes?
No response. He just arches his brow.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
Try work. The case at hand. It can work miracle. Not a fan. It's just the nature of lieutenancy. Really? You look fine to me. This psychodrama is unbecoming of an officer. Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station. Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation. That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the That's correct.
That makes him a binoclard. Completely uncocked material, if you say so yourself.
Are they? They are mostly just cumbersome.
You could use a good, normal pair yourself.
That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. So was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's not an interesting topic. It's a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity and a geographic division. I told you it wouldn't be interesting. You're barking at the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite.
He's glad to have shut down your question.
What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about. I can't say that it does, no. When I need to think, I just use my note.
The lieutenant produces his small... That's where his... You're super lucid, yet psychedelic. You don't need office supplies to connect to your nervous system.
Yeah, so
You're special.
No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. Something
the matter?
This guy's got authority off the charts. With just a flick, nothing. You better hope he doesn't abuse his authority. If the lieutenant were in Evil man. Who knows what sort of... Fortunately, he is a committed officer of the RC. The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
Good. Let's change the subject. Excuse me. You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the jamrock shuffle. They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. Prioritizes containers. I don't know. Containers contain, I guess.
Passing along frivolous interdepartmental stereotypes is not usually his oeuvre. He regrets bringing it up.
What do you want to know? I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
His disdain is clear. This man would...
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it. Better still than an imbecilic cop-off. It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim. Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case? No, it's not a particularly mysterious case. The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that. I can assure nothing like that will happen. Do you know why not? Because it's not part of reality.
There's something the lieutenant isn't seeing. The universe is too irrational, too morally complex. You should convince him.
Maybe you can tell me what you do know to help me narrow it down a bit. Do you want me to brief you? 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics. They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. That's us, the Revachol Citizens Militia. We're the police in this city. That's right. You mean like a brief? There's no reason to wing anything. If you didn't get the brief, that's okay. 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies. During that time, a security guard or worker of some sort. They didn't identify. There's a strong prejudice against. Just to be clear, we are police officers. It's our job. Good.
The man ponders. You see a heavy steel door. You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads? Yes. I suppose it's worth seeing if we can get in. Just to be thorough. As a side investigation. Hardly. Anyway, Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria...
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. The trash collection service?
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and why.
On Clinton Street, near the Boogie Street Diamond. A small truck rattles down an alleyway. It stops.
Thank you anyway.
I think fugue states are more your forte, officer. Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene. Yes? Another thing. Great. Oh, yes, that door, sure. No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. I don't... Or some boring storage space.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolute.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering. So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times. Yes?
You see a heavy steel. The door does not. The cobalt blue surface. The door does not. The door. The cobalt. 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 The door. On the counter, rolled out of his own.
No idea. Looks like he works for Wild Pines, the logistics company who won. Possibly because there's a strike going on in the harbor. There's not much to do aside from drinking and sleeping.
The man does not.
You've just picked up some magnesium. This item is stored...
You gently shake his shoulder, but nothing. This Post Levantorie mail collection box. There is a hollow, saddened ring as you kick the Levanto. Your toe has suffered damage. It hurts.
Cool. You really showed that mail collection box.
Ты так думаешь? Думаешь, это было здорово?
I don't. Let's go.
He must see the box as the weaker of the two, and you as a bully. Something he doesn't stand for. The mail collection box has no faith in your psychopathic manipulations.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the...
Oh, Man from Hjelmdal. A very popular series of adventure novels. Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination. What does it matter? They're all the same. However, the customer is always... If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hjelmdalaman. The Man from Hjelmdal. It's supposed to be a good...
Rows and rows of Hjelmdalamen blur your vision. You may be 100. Man from Hjelmdal and the sages at the end. Those snow crabs are worse than... Not even close. Man from Hjelmdal in hell. Man from Hjelmdal. A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular man. She's laughing at him. Between the throne and the Hyundala man lies a bonfire. Especially those leering types. You seem to wear nothing but an armored... The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Hyundala novels. A small mountain of colorful board game boxes.
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure, or perhaps you'd like Archipelagos of Insula. Browbritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after.
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends or family? Are you actually friends? Or just colleagues thrown together by circumstance?
Then you're a lucky man, officer. Children are the greatest of treasures. For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's lousy auras there. No, role-playing. I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts.
An endless variety of source books. There's also there's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition mega setting supplements. Nonsense for anemic Beano-clads.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Place. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the...
A golden pendant hangs around the woman's neck in the shape of what looks like a tiny fish head trapped in amber.
Oh yes, helps to have an anchor in these times. I am the proudest owner.
She has fine-tuned her voice to find the most welcoming approach for attracting new customers. It doesn't work.
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a... Wonderful! Did you talk to her? Great! On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy...
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
И я пришел сюда, чтобы серый свободный рынок и покончить с детским трудом.
You must be kidding. There's nothing like that happening.
Тогда зачем я пришел?
Good, sir. What does a young child do with money anyway? No, I save it for her as a...
Slap the cuffs on her.
Oh, of course, officer. Good work. Are we done?
Yes, we've had quite enough fun here. Right.
Mind your own business, sir. In our society, people don't get to tell each other how to raise their children. It's none of your or anyone's business. God, I've told her not to do that. It's disgusting. And I told you to...
This economy is a mysterious force, like cosmic weather.
She can, if she has enough willpower.
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
She stands stiff and severe.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologize. There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have...
It sounds like both the husband and the mother treat her the way she treats Annette. Yes, sometimes it's better to let people come to these conclusions themselves.
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had... No, we couldn't have afforded more children, really. Not in this economy. We're quite busy people, you know, my husband and I. I'm sorry. I'm sure you do understand. Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. It's a proper place to live. One of the most of the buildings are empty at the moment. He made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might... She's been too busy helping me here. so I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education.
The woman looks aloof, her features much softer. Occasionally she...
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go. Everything is on the shelf.
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved. Hey, psst, yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building. Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. So, what about all that communism you've promised to build? Word on the street is you keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the land, funky style, very funky. So tell me, failure, it's about failure. Yes, abject failure, total, you alone, against every living thing, against you, against the atom. Now get to work, comrade. Oh yeah, get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very busy.
You just can't win.
Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. Oh, I found something while you were away. I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does. Yes, just like the one Dick Mullen wears all the time. You'll look... Right, I have to get back to my homework now, before Mum notices. Man, this is hard. Hi, Ace Detective.
You see a set of tattered curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only. Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books.
Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, you see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled. Aside from poking at it, these shelves are overburdened.
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his stories to... You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these.
Crime fiction. These books greatly overstate the excitement of... What's more, they completely ignore the not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list? You see, Dick Mullen on the job. Get me Mullen. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the murder house. The final case of Dick Mullen. Oh no, turns out he fated to solve a case. Yes, there's also the dame who did. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. Come on, this is not the way real police...
Come on, Chester. Tell the story again.
Again? Man, I tell that one at least once a month. It's not that
The fuck it is. And these guys haven't heard it.
Gosh, why?
A very fucking dangerous case, ain't that right, Chester?
Yeah, sure came close. Alright, so I was tailing this guy called Francis to...
After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen? Your attempt to grasp at the answer fails. It seems very close by. The plaque on the shelf reads, Biography. Several maps have been attached to to a bulletin board hidden inside. The maps look old and faded. This large map displays archipelagos, Ozon, Laurentide. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on radiating outwards from you. The suzerain Revachol, with a radius of 80 kilometers. Still, you can, on Caillou, Revachol, lost little pearls of light. The ocean breaks apart connections to other worlds. You have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods, but looking at them makes you feel almost non-existent. Whatever they are, the Isolas are immeasurably large compared to you, and very, very far away. Perhaps they are gods. God, the north coast of a verdant up to the east, Huron. It's so small. No, Coal City is worth. No, this is somewhere to be.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though. That old thing. It's an out-of-date from when some design studio people... They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these...
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh no!
Amidst the various books, the point of the book, and many other various paranatural... The display rack is brimming. An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
He's downplaying his excitement. The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps, and the engine of the Caprice connect. The lights unfold with a...
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of them.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp.
There she is.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens. The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RC.
Let me see. Right here. No, it does not.
There are many of them, and the first row has 18. The next is the long. There are so many. The last row, that's it.
Those are perforations.
Son, here is where we score your life performance.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before? That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth? Cool. I'm glad you joined us. Not a lot of money in doom crying. Let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is, wow, more than 200. It's quite a lot. even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year, call it what you want. You are a valuable member of your... Right. Those are your confirmed kills.
Confirmed kills? That sounds pretty evil. That's right.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock quarter.
What's it feel like to kill a man, Mr. McCoy? A young woman asked the man across the desk from him. Honestly, babe, says John McCoy, crossing his ankles over said desk. I don't feel anything anymore.
There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usual. But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones.
He's sincerely glad you're not a scary predator. Not to say relieved you're competent.
Yes.
It's not a problem for him to state it.
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies. Why not gardening? You've already got the gloves.
Смешно, а? Я убью тебя! Блин, вообще круто, что типа у меня перчатки надеты, и тут даже есть отдельный диалог с этими перчатками, который как вообще может быть связан, типа вдруг я вообще перчатки найду потом.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab. The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge. The frequency tableau lights up the soft purr of electrical...
This is Precinct 57.
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st Precinct here. I'm putting him on.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Of course. What is her number, officer?
Yes, hold on. Her number is...
Received. Hold on.
Give it a minute. She might be busy at the moment.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello? Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
You can hear resentment in her tone. There is no resentment in her tone. She wants you to ask her out. No question.
No, not me. What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the Union already knew about it. No one calls the police. The Union would get angry. You know, what the Union says...
Garbage.
Legally, no. In reality...
Words are not necessary to feel the lieutenant's discontent for the city.
Okay. I didn't...
Push her further. No, don't push her. It sounds as if she's about to cry.
I didn't know I had to report it.
The fucking nerves on her. Trying to hide behind weakness. You're a god. An angry but just god.
Hey, if you cannot restrain yourself, then I'll be handling the interviews from now on, and you can quietly take notes. Fine. But know that I don't approve of
an angry cop refusing to face his demons and taking breathing on the other end suggests...
No. I honestly...
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer.
Okay. You mean why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir. Let's just say I left the... You know who.
You think you hear a sliver of... Don't be paranoid. She's obviously talking about someone else, not you.
I really don't want to talk about this. Maybe, I don't know. Well, you tried to jam it down the toilet, sir. Clogging it completely. After I had... I am sorry about that. Anything else, Detective? No, absolutely not. I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her.
I'm not mad, it's just... You were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skua thing happened. The stuffed bird. The great skua. You threw it against the wall. I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there. Okay, officer.
Crackling static. More static, and yes, more of that sweet static. The violence of your words is obviously scaring her.
Yes, obviously. You were the worst. I've had sailors fighting. Union guys grabbing my ass. Kids stealing booze. Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months. Well, you were worse than all of them. Honestly, you were... Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on We Go On by the O.O. I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it into a parody. Then there was your room. Your project. An experiment to see. I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me. Threatened to make me understand. And then screamed something about how you're a piece of shit human being and why does anyone even let you work as a policeman? That you'd fire yourself, but you can't even do that. And then I had to deal with your toilet. The one you... I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing karaoke, threatening to kill your... No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst. God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened. Oh, all sorts of things. From disco, rock to... Which one would that... Sad? I think the one you mean is the smallest church...
Interesting. You still have to find... You hear a sigh of relief.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? It will take just a moment of...
Her voice is faint.
Gottlieb, what do you want?
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
Oh, it's you.
Was that a snarl or a suppressed groan? No love for you here.
Look, pal, getting pumped and dumped is not a disease. People live through it all the time. You should be happy for her. You must have me confused for a close
One needs tending to right now, he thinks, looking around the room. God, these apes.
With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with...
There is no surprise in his voice.
What else? I'm not a brain doctor. Look on the bright side, you've got a whole new life now. And you survived it.
Sort of, but by God does it.
Even better. Anything else? I wouldn't fire Walker? Oh, yes, you are. Do exactly that. Put yourself out of your misery. Take a deep...
A glorious sight. Your body, tired from the vastness of the visions that haunt it.
I see third-degree burns and a referral to a plastic surgeon whom you won't be able to afford. But that what? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want the real honest to God truth. Stop drinking, eat magnesium and vitamin D. Our station is not our...
So it's political. You're being neglected because of...
And no, I don't want to hear a political commentary on the topic. In fact,
It's not fucking cryo-acta latte. It's super glue, Doc.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Just a second, officer.
10-2, 10-5. This is...
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle, smoking, with a large white rectangle sewn.
10-4, what's your status? Over. 10-18, 10-20, over. State your message, sir. Over. 10-9, repeat message. Over. 10-4, message received. This is...
10-22, the captain. This...
Is it him? What does he...
Says he lost his badge and need...
He what? He lost his badge?
This is communication officer. You mean your partner? Over.
What is he saying?
He's asking who you...
I'm his goddamn...
It's your partner, satellite.
Did he lose his memory along with his fucking badge?
Who lost his badge?
Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional... Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at
you. He says this has probably happened to other policemen before him.
Oh god damn it. Is he fucking kidding?
Satellite officer Vicmar is wondering if you might be joking.
Mullen dicked us.
He's asking you to stop. Says this...
Of course it's serious.
Satellite officer Vicmar concurs, losing your... 10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here.
Fuck me. Mac, come here.
What's going on?
Super carpet.
He lost
his badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
Lost a badge.
He asks you to please stop.
Why? Did he find it?
Sergeant Orson was wondering if...
you don't...
He's not replying. Looks like he's still looking for it. 10-9, come in.
New heights even for...
Ask him.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if...
Check your pockets. Check your... Oh, no. It's...
Don't sweat it, Bratan! You don't need a gun!
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
Even before you can get the words out, everything gets scrambled in...
He says he didn't lose his gun. Or...
Ask him to describe it. His gun.
Satellite officer McLean requested this...
The fuck do you need a gun for? Oh, request a description, huh? We'll give him one. Describe the plasma gun.
It's a single-shot kill A9.
Says it's a kill... Armistice? What, is he a fucking...
Dear God, he lost his gun. Oh my...
This isn't real.
Mac can face a giant of Coco Nur by himself. But Disco hit.
Oh, I can't. Fuck.
I'm not going to.
Ask him.
Sergeant Orson...
Now is a good time to say fuck and ass and so on. That'll make this...
That's a negative.
What's he saying? Share with the...
He said he...
The prick ate Mama's vanilla waffles at the
Sure her vanilla waffles were the only thing he ate?
Shut up, Chester. Tell him to apologize.
Sergeant Orson requests that you apologize for the... Mac, he says you shouldn't have antagonized...
Who?
Satellite officer... I'm afraid he might be...
Fire, water? He's lost it. Fuck.
Satellite officer... 10-4, affirmative.
Oh, God,
Officer, do you need further assistance? Over. 10-4, I hear you.
What does he want now?
He's asking for...
Is he...
I don't think...
Don't give that asshole...
Right. That's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over. He says it's important.
He isn't getting...
Request dinner.
Nothing is working.
Anything else, sir? Over. Okay.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, Think it through. Be smart about it.
10-4, sir. I'm not hearing your question. That's a negative, sir. I got a 10-12 here. Over. 10-9, repeat message. I didn't get that, sir. Sir, I will not have you talk to me in this manner. Over.
What? What is it?
He seems intoxicated and keeps...
Mullen's drunk and emotionally aggressive. Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunken antics. What? What is it?
He wants to verify...
But of course, it says Dick Mullen, High General of the...
Tell him to stop wasting time.
What do you need, sir? Over. 10...
You probably don't want to continue on this road.
Come again, sir? I didn't get that. 10-4.
Does he actually want something, or is he...
He asked if he ever told me.
For God's sake, cut this shit out.
Sir, satellite of... So, was there any... Understood, sir. Roger.
18 kilometers to the south, in the 41st, the small room.
What is going on here? Did something happen?
What happened is my partner made contact. It's not good. He's lost his badge.
Mac, the torso Torson, is finger fucking his fist, laughing hoarsely.
Yeah, Mullen was fucked, alright.
Yeah, Mac's right.
Enough! None of this is funny. It's fucking sad. That's what...
We must help him.
Yeah? How do you fucking plan to do that, huh?
I just know we can't give up on him when he's at his weakest. He wouldn't.
Mac, man the door. You know what he told me? I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. This shit does not leave this room. Not a word of this to...
I guess I can hold off the report for a few days.
Good. Okay, everybody. Nothing but a prank call here. We all...
Far north, on the other side of the motorway, the officer quietly hunches with his hand in the... Tremble. The time is now. Time for the show. For Taola. The hallowed time of fear and disintegrate. Yes, you spoke the words of the Palindropos and the houses of Pericarnassus. Items, people, even words will tumble. All the face of the woman fractures. There will be herd killing.
Hello again, sweetie. Yes, dear.
A paraplegic is someone with
No, dear. I'm not quite that old. Although I was injured in the line of duty. Oh my. What happened? That's how I feel about the accident. I was a training and development manager at a rapidly expanding mail-order shoe company. You'd think it would be a safe job, but I had to be everywhere, and, well, once I happened to be... I was lucky. This was almost 20 years ago, and I was compensated exceptionally well. One can only dream of such payoffs nowadays. No problem.
There is no bitterness in her voice. She accepted the curiosity her condition inspires.
Whatever do you mean? Ah, yes. Probably Roll With Me by the Fletchers. People often quote the Fletchers at me.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. There he still is, looking right. There he still is. Look, ha ha ha. Again, the corpse. Every time it happens, it gets worse and worse. There's nothing more to throw up now. All that's left is crying and convulsing dryly at the same time. Little black bubbles pop on the corpse's lips. Decay liquid, like tar. It's like...
Officer, you just need to be stronger. Learn to keep it in long enough for us to work.
You can open this white check again by going to your character sheet.
Relax. It's okay if you don't...
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, all right?
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see it.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. That's the spirit. Don't even waste your breath asking about the game. They wouldn't know anyway. They're way past their prime. You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter. God, this is right. You feel the familiar tremble of excitement and adrenaline. The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it. Probably a sponsor. Already your muscles. A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind. Everything fades until an embodiment of pure... Behold the fear and confusion reflecting in the eyes of the two feeble. Some would still say you're a cop, but I guess we're beyond that now.
Merde! Bordel de merde! What the hell is your problem? I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin some...
A man his age getting worked up like that? Better watch that blood pressure.
You vandalized our game, son! We can't play pétanque with 5 bull! Well, it damn well isn't. It's pétanque. You ruined...
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You are
an officer of the law, with way more important things to worry about than bowls. Don't take this crap.
Good. Mistakes are forgiven when men at least try to right their wrongs. I believe you will try. Now...
Just talk. It'll smooth things over. Old people like attention.
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about... In Martinez, the union is the law. Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, if I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward.
This is a man with a lot of past, but little present, and almost no future.
Yes. The terrain here provides. I do. Fire from heavy artillery. Why what? Because that's what happens when communists hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough. This place is a damn beachhead, son. They didn't do it because they didn't like it. They had to soften the... Yes, the military...
He finds your lack of historic knowledge troubling. A sign of...
Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. This here is Blood Ground.
Blood Ground? You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it.
He approves of this radical approach.
The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now...
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think? I'm sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those high, I would have preferred it.
This royal failure.
Instead, all that is just, holy. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role. The suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgot?
Soon, they will forget everything.
It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
I have really outdone myself. This is divine.
Yes, that's what you need, Gaston. More padding on that.
René, it's a little... Hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day? I'm sorry, officer, but I really don't share food.
The only one you have.
Suddenly you realize how hungry you are. The last time you ate must have been... God knows when.
Oh, that's good. That's very good. You must have other business then. Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. But that's all I know, really. No, officers, I'm sorry. And I...
Then help them, you wimp. You have plenty of shoulder with the ghost.
I wish I could, but I just don't know anything. I always...
Respect!
I'm not.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth...
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone impotent in the Union. Evrard Claire. Everyone in Martinez...
What do you know?
The old soldier mumbles something.
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
Lest we leave riddled with bullet holes. This animosity is...
Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. Oh yes, not in the technical sense.
Of course he's not a member. I hate this socialist rabble, but even siding...
Writing work mostly. Occasionally, he needs... Oh, nothing official.
Well, he tells his...
No, thank you. For being...
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is
probably some kids.
The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onak, written on the other side. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys. The church looks old and weather-worn. This coin-operated viewer is facing... Your money disappears. The curtains on the display open. The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into It looks as if its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind. The little brave bird...
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building. You have no clue. It's so many walls all over Martin.
Yeah, you better keep walking.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. I'm glad to see you here. I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to...
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual...
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meantime...
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition.
Why, yes I am. Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou. We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up coupe.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial hub.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol. Between...
She's having a good time arguing against the law. Too good, perhaps.
The boat? No.
The word, it, feels strange. A breeze ripples through the sails and tugs at your hair. Below, the sleek, fish-like shape of the hull parts the water.
Okay. How about Cordeleche 19? Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company... What? I think I'll stick with the factory name. But thank you. It's a pleasure craft. A 19-page... My sloop? I like it a lot.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has...
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
Officer, I assure you I'm a...
The crowns of her teeth, qualified pleasure craft.
I just renewed its safety inspection last month, officers. It is completely seaworthy. In fact, it's taken part in not one, but two...
Actually, you don't. The Wayfarer Act specifically denies the RCM the authority to demand anyone's operator license. It's a little-known fact among us law officials. Unless it's their passport. No.
You need to save face if you want her respect.
Of course.
The woman is silent, smiling while the waves lap against the hull. In your hand, under the plastic, a light blue passport saying, Republic of Vesp. The woman, born in the year 3 in the commune of Revachol, smiles at you. Faced...
Yes. But Joyce is much...
She doesn't like it. Probably a bad...
My husband is. I have dual citizenship, a Vesper...
She nods and returns the plastic bag to her coat.
Good. What we do... I'm afraid I don't... The Pines' core competency is legit, and that is the terminal. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can...
$1 billion?
It's a number, officer. It's made of 1,000 millions. A million is made of 1,000 thousands. 20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs a conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines. They started as an exploration. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must...
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice...
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all... Now they won't even let me into the harbor. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking... What can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organization. Let's say I was not making the kind of...
And when did you first...
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer...
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare.
This isn't the first time.
Heavens, no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Mr. Clare told him to... How did... Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Yes. Extremely. Keep him...
Sounds like usual aggressive posturing.
There are leaflets everywhere. Every worker. A member of the board. In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker a member of the board. Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision, just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group. That may well be. It's not up to me to decide who is king, but as negotiations, I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting...
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyar at the gates. The one who...
This checks out.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick he is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see. The Débardeurs Union was once a organized labor at its best, as they said.
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company and your opinion, detective, if I may ask. I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is... Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf, I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the union.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but the point of the presentation is,
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just...
Of course. How else? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lut, and this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge.
How curious. Why is that, detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? Oh dear. I suppose this does explain...
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is...
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply...
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial feelings will guide the way.
I assure you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible.
She's silent. The wind flaps the sail above.
Officer. You know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have...
You're doing it.
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need... The Union is conducting drug trade out of the heart. Or you can find your badge, which honestly seems like a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota. Lower intestine? The term is fascism, Brota. Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revershaw's problems? Quit stalling, Bruta. We're talking about the weakest, worst, most insane thing. Yes, women. Women. Men of war. You don't like them. They're insane. That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But stomach truth. You're having a stomach truth because you've said the hard things that others won't say. The good things, you've said them many times. Okay, yes, let's call it that. You're going to keep your vooz, right? Keep your vooz, Brota. For the nation, smart. Best not to mention the woo men too often. That's why you're the head, and I am.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchmen. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your...
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters. You could request a new one from your station, but that would literally take months. I'm sure you will, Detective.
Yeah, you better keep walking.
A sturdy metal door. The door rattles against your knuckles, but the door rattles again.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more straight. The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No, I already told. Go check the backyard door.
Madame, I assure you, we are real...
There is no reply.
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with any...
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C. Sod off, pig man. Art is above the law.
The lieutenant is desperately searching for another handkerchief. Hatred, disgust, it's difficult to tell which of the two. The woman on the boat does not know.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on a first-name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up in the world. Have you got a crush on her? Aching for an opportunity to defend. Can't you tell? I'm Peyton. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right. Have you ever tried your hand at graffiti-o? When faced with a blank, we rarely see pigs round here, though.
She wants it to be something true and total.
This place is severely lacking in havoc. I thought I'd mix it up, you know. Summon the forces of crime and... Yeah? Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration...
You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
I ain't no snitch, pigs that...
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant. I ain't no...
Actually...
We were...
The lieutenant hatred the woman on...
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on a first-name basis with her. Pigs, not her. Watch your back, ungulate. You've got...
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat? Pigs come to take me out? Trying to snuff me out? Don't get fucking clever with me, pig! Trying to sneak up on me?
It's been a week and now they show up? So much.
There must be another way into the building.
За что? За что? Почему так громко? Ай.
I knew I should have quit.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette.
Not looking for any trouble, officer. There's no trouble. I'm just speaking in a lowered voice. I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay. I just...
It's the god of cigarettes and youth. Ask him if he's got any...
Apologies, but this is my last one.
The god himself has denied you absolution.
Absolution? I don't know that brand, but I'm pretty sure you can get Astras at the Frit. I'm not sure that's a good idea. As you wish. Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme.
We will remove the body as soon as possible.
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you? No, not you two. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gent?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
You didn't answer the question.
I had a friend. It was my Sunday friend.
A Sunday friend. Makes sense. Friends are nice on Sunday. You don't have to work. He doesn't reply. Gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the dark, someone hides behind a curtain. Those windows have eyes, and the...
My name? My name?
Martin Martinez. Good local name.
No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be... For a moment, the man on the balcony seems all...
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
But, hold on. What's that? It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he does, he could be a witness. Him or his son. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? If we find a way inside the building, we can ask.
A stone, like any other, lying. There's a key beneath it.
This must be for the front door. Pity he doesn't have the... We'll just have to go in.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk no reply. No reply. It's a solid lump of metal, but better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise. You hear someone. The walking stops abrupt. You can feel tension on the other side. A poor communard from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant?
Let's go. We don't have a reason to...
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
This woman's health is failing her. There's not much to do. Not in this damp.
I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
You're still worried. It's very...
Now, what do you want from me, policeman? I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these... If you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room. It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to...
And all she gets, too. The coastal wind beats down hard on the...
Oh, you'll find plenty of martins here. Don't you worry. Pea-brain. Someone played a trick on you. Martin Martinez is a name for...
Oops. You really didn't get the...
I thought it was obvious. Anyway, officer, we don't have the witness's name.
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying.
What's he in trouble for? Talk? He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment.
Ask away, policeman. People come and go. I don't... No one lives there. It's been empty for months. Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there. Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman. Great. Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hall. Oh, that one is a scientist. A future scholar. I think he studies astrology at the community college. Something to do with all those stars. That's what I said. Astrology.
The lieutenant shakes his head, as though to say, let it go. Come on, people. Try to keep up any...
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I... She leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say.
She mumbles some kind of a response. You hear someone walking around.
Excuse me? Of course.
There's no sweet talking your way in there. Be official.
Oh, come on.
That was smart.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see?
Her voice is really cheerful, despite her obviously hating you.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too? Very well, but please make it quick. I need to be back in La Delta in an hour. Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen, but
So preppy. She's probably on some low-grade performance enhancers.
A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone.
Oh, it irks her. The incompetence.
These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architect. I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years...
It's as if they're real wizards, able to resurrect dead real...
Well, it does not disappear from my hands. No, I don't let it. Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to... Both apartments are now unrentable. Both. I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place. It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner, but that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in... Of course.
A shift in temperature. The air chills around you. Dust settles. A former architect stands before a slice of window, a room plan in her hand. A cold wave is red from the cold. She's breathing on her fingers, clasping the plan. Faint pencil lines on paper depict the same place, but a missing is... It's clean and empty, with new tapestry embellishing the walls.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are. Yes, Uncle Maynard. Huge trouble. You're gonna take out your metal detector and your collection of bottle caps and...
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
Oh, what? You'll push me off this ledge and pry the bucket from my dead hands? I ain't no snitch, pigsty.
Actually, there is a shortage.
We weren't put on this...
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number. This door has been closed with a padlock. The shackle snaps.
After you, detective.
Ничего себе. Как ты там оказался?
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive...
He's known as the father of scientific communism, also known as Masovianism. His theories about economic history greatly influenced, some would even say, whoever lives here definitely shares your enthusiasm. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. So, the White Star, the photos on the wall, I think we...
The lieutenant raises a brow.
Thank you for sharing this wonderful opinion on human sexuality. There aren't many communists around, not after...
That isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of ant. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century. Even today, half a century to symbolize the toppling. Also, the wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could, because white is the color of peace. Gone. Gone is the glory of hope. Only the scribbling. This door is made of metal and appears to be number 28. This is where the cleaning...
Let's see if anyone's home.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? The smoker on the balcony. This is why we're here, right?
Suddenly, he's a little worried about your memory.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment. Remember, tomorrow, he's probably... The dented yellow mailbox greet. The mail collection. The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like... You sure are, my man.
Yes, people get that you are the law. You really don't have to keep saying it.
From another planet. It's the jam, my man. It's a traffic jam for the ages. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days. Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fuel. Yeah, imagine.
Behind the laugh, however.
So tell me, what do you need? Nope, don't smoke. Some of the other drivers do, though. There's still a few around, waiting for the jam to dis-
Yup, nothing wrong with that statement.
You could also check the kiosk down the street. Frit. With 3 T's. Huh? Oh. No, the bosses, man. Makes sense.
Maybe don't tell people. The people they don't like are actually...
It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demand. Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. I've heard talk they want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Anything else? Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. Not my thing. Chase...
What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more transient, the better. When one...
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological... A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees. Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms... Stop.
Time to arrest him.
Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs a nice, clean business. This haul of cargo is mostly sporting goods. They usually get shipped to Grad and the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy. This rockin' beauty. Sure is, like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy duty? Neat. For carrying large...
There it is again.
Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm. Ease into it. Don't go too far.
You really are the law, aren't you? I get that being bluntly observant...
Maybe the full-on, direct approach wasn't correct. Damn.
Don't be a stranger.
An old monument stand A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, What did he do? You have no idea. High above you, the king. The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something. It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter. Some cigarettes and food money. Nothing. Her smile just keeps... No. This one is a monster in disguise.
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave. Why? I just told you why.
The woman still had no response. Wherever this woman is, the woman still... Nothing. No. This one is a Nothing. No.
Bastards! We have a right to work!
Yes. People get that you are the law. You really don't have to keep saying it.
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
Ha! Couldn't handle us. Pause gives the workers strength, gives them power.
Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence.
Rights of people. Rights of workers. To have gainful input.
Maybe you should ask them the questions. Like, why wouldn't
we have families to feed?
So do we, Scott.
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get there, it beats me. They mumble.
When the man moves around, you perceive some serious abs underneath his tight-fitting shirt. This man is in shape.
I work hard, and I would work even harder if the fuckers would let us work! Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful. We came here to help the harbor run smooth.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the...
You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
What's it to you? Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? We're done here. I have a strike to break.
Volumetric ship compressor. Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West to...
Things are busy enough. You're going to waste less of my time?
The hulking man oozes stark skepticism.
Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. Trying to meet their fat... I know nothing about a murder.
The mention of a killing sends a barely noticeable shiver of tenseness.
What are you talking about?
Yes, and dangerous. Someone...
Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring back...
Why not? I see numerous reasons not to pick a side in this pity.
Let us work! We were promised work. We'd be in there. Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. Huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous... I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke. And my men are tired and hungry. Why don't you go arrest them instead? I'm sure they...
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home. At least for now. If you can't...
No! They will give up eventually.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
What's that magazine she's reading?
I don't know. Frit? I think they think that the extra T makes it funkier. You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
She pops her raspberry-flavored bun. The lieutenant frowns at you before turning to the clerk with an apologetic half-smile.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but... A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe...
She scrunches up her face into an
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here.
She looks up from her magazine.
Yes. What we have is there. In the medicine cabinet. Go take a look yourself. I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there. Not really. No. I didn't know him at all. I don't know, really. I don't know.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything...
Okay. Uh-huh. Reality? You mean, what reality? I don't know. What about it? We're in Frit? As mankind, or as a nation, or we're in Revachol, like on the Insulindian Isola? You're welcome. I don't know. Look at the...
The clock shows the time at 10:09. The hands seem to be still.
When ordinary people take over the government, and yeah, it happened like 50 years ago or so. Our government? Or do you mean something else? We're in Frit as mankind. In a good place. I mean, science is doing great. Cool.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of...
What is what? It's a raincoat. If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real. Here you go.
A small cabinet.
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma. I don't know. I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less... Uh-huh.
The tear machine stands in the corner.
Oh, that's the tear machine. It's... You need a bag, I guess. We used to have some, but We gave them all out, so feel free to use it if you find a bag, though. I'm
A colourful display of there, in that dark green glass, all in vain.
Sure. If you want something, I can get it for you. But I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. But I guess you already know that. Here you go, mister. No, Frit only sells
There it is, a brave little army in your pocket. You picked the best one. This soldier is fattened.
Oh yes, Bratan! Please light up! You need a trooper between your lips right now! Calm your shit down! Go to play!
Get a load of this rock and roll cop hair, people.
Hey, you can't smoke in here?
Shut up. It's already happening. Thick, warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately, you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and soul.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a cigarettes button.
Welcome to Revachol.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3000. Every school of thought and government. It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
Oh, come on, man. I just said welcome to Revachol.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind, but you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job.
Silence. The air between your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
You two make a cute couple. You know that?
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular
Whatever you say, officers. Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy. God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine. It's about biological determinism. Not the most popular topic.
Change the topic. The way he says it makes it almost sound like a threat.
I'm not just racist. Look, I've read books. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, open your eyes. Haven't you noticed something different lately? An unfortunate... The problem? The damn kips are showing a real good game lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other intruders species too. They're on the precipice of... It's what the kips of Boogie Street are going for, right? It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen? Don't push your luck.
There he still is, looking right. As you breathe in, the odor comes over you. It's a spell of the mind telling you to run. And the man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and the material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark, delicate, and fragile. These are clearly not boots. They're armor.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots. Ceramic plate, zirconium dioxide, under the heel. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. We should keep a lookout for these pieces.
If you wear those pieces, it will help me protect your mortal coil. Yes, bullets will fly.
No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirt we found to get to it. And they usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre, the Mazda, the Besmerties, and...
Fucking talking about underpants.
It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for a full set.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is
not too much, yes. It's a sorry situation, I agree. That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company. But that's just his. I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
A small bell-like sound fills. Suddenly your biceps coil up. Your fist connects to the boot with the same dick.
Did you hear that? A click? This is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads the incoming energy horizontally from plate to plate. When the plates connect, there's a click. That's the sound you heard. See?
Faint, organic lines cover the plate like the scales of some ancient white. This feels dangerous. Are you? The stench fills your nostrils.
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal!
You're going to pull his head off.
Do it, homo!
Pull his head off. There's no point performing an autopsy. What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boot? Maybe we should concentrate on what's outside the boot and leave what's inside. There's no way you're getting them off. All the organic matter in his body has been flowing down into the boots. They are fused.
You're sure there's a way to peel them off? But first, the body needs to be dead. All right then. You can pay the hostel bill in honor points. How many? Of course there aren't. You still feel as though there might be some honor points. And if...
Processing will take care of them. With the situation in...
The cadaver slowed. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his... This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt. Big brother. Oh my, there's something on the belt. A familiar vermilion in yellow letters along the length of the twisting cargo belt. Only a deep long...
No, you should not get a drink. You should perform an initial inspection of the victim's corpse. We are airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them. The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves. I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes. Motivated?
No. You feel like it was something else. But what?
Yes, it often is. This bell worries me. I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. I think they lassoed the branch. Then pull down the belt. Buckle close.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt. Limp, an intricate web of blue lines stretches. His corpse is marked by stars. Alcohol? Your fist clenches suddenly. Decay is creeping on the tattoo. Already most...
A map of the stars. I do see some similarity to astronomical...
As if someone left that
So am I.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera.
This is the first time he openly acknowledges the kid's existence.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass.
In case we need it. It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to hear, a souvenir. Don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by. His mouth, his eyes are milky white and dark brown hair. Underneath the curdled meat there is an expression. Not carried on his features, but below, inside. An expression.
I'm gone. Into the wild pale in the past. Way out. I'm a joke. Look at me. There is nothing funny about Joe, a killer.
Takes one to know one.
Go ahead, cop. What do you mean? It's the power of you mad.
Yeah, man! Don't be crazy! Inanimate objects and dead people can't really talk to you!
He loves those. Because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Do you want more? Coming right up, copperoonie. Fuck no. You're no Rooney. Listen to yourself. You're not a Raphael anything. You're probably just Harry or something. That's right. Harry. You can be anything you want, brother Coppo, because you have. Love did me in, brother Coppo. It was love all along. Sure, Lobo. Looking at my face, motionless, looking into my eyes, standing here. Why are you investigating? You're a lying sack of shit, Coppo. You're doing this because there is nothing else to do. Maybe I was getting my rocks off. Do I look like an erotic or Captain Coppodromo? I fear we are drifting away. Do I remind you of
a child born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up miraculously?
No, not quite. You sure we got out of that one? Coppellini. Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster, only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue.
How should I know why you are squinting, officer? Oh. You are trying to assess lividity.
The monster comes back into focus and
So, what do you think? I do. Most of them are post-mortem.
Stop talking in riddles, cunt.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal-like.
I agree.
There are crows
totally dead. He is.
A The pool of blood and feces has eaten into
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilo.
The fuck is...
Talking about shit.
Did we? I don't feel lucky. I think he was upright immediately after death. Blood has gathered. The noose acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis here is in tune with the hanging. That's why there's always a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt.
But there is no breath to catch.
Of course. Come back late.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done. The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship strength material. I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union...
Confirmed. It's unsafe. But what other options?
Climb up there and saw the branch? I don't trust that ladder. Honestly, I prefer a non-acrobatic solution to this. Clown cops climb tree, fall down. Enraged cop assaults children after falling from tree. Cretin cop, they like that word, saws the branch he's sitting on, literally. Local...
Fuck yeah, climb that shit, mug.
See, you're only making them do those things less.
No, I do not see the future. I made those up using 2 decades in the Revacholian police force as a reference point. Oh no. We should be very afraid of newspapers. And the radio stations too.
This is years of experience talking. He's seen career after career ruined by careless...
What I'm proposing is, we save acrobatic...
Oh, these have got to be the most fucking boring multiparts I've ever seen.
Someone else? You mean like the police? Sadly, yes. The whole RCM is out there right now, doing the exact same. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
How? It absolutely will not, officer. That's not how physics work.
Yeah, now we're talking.
They'll miss! The pigs...
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea.
I'll blow his head off.
Take it!
Yeah, take...
Silence. With his elbow and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. He's
gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements.
God damn it.
He feels bad about it. About his eyes, mostly. Just having bad eyesight.
Fucking idiot!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he? Kuno's sorry too. Kuno feels sorry for the Beano.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks.
Remain collegial, officer. It was an honest mistake, and I will not repeat it. No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position. I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get... It's bad as it is. Us shooting fight... Go ahead. I'm not stopped.
This is the sorriest pair of pigs.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana boyka! Take it and...
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprised.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to...
Kuno is silent. Aggression gathers in the air. The trigger... The buckle comes into focus in your sights.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
your field of view.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
I agree. Enough gunslinging for today. We need to access the harbor and ask the leader of the Union to have it taken down. They have the tools. I did not want us to be indebted to Everard Clare.
You need to suck my dick! Why the fuck am I still alive?
He's a dangerous and corrupt man, and we cannot predict what he will want. We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time. We should take care of that, then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be...
Though he finds this situation frustrating,
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love that. Yes. Another thing. Yes.
he hates the Union, but grudgingly
We should find out who this Lord faction is. Okay. We don't.
You glance at the clock on the wall behind the manager. Huh.
Good question.
They're probably getting drunk or protesting.
Whatever he may feel about you, he can't miss the opportunity to throw you.
Yeah. The Union guys think they're on top.
I have a feeling we'll make their...
Yes. Yes. Have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking.
He shrinks back a bit under the lieutenant's...
I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Good luck trying to use it. All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here, not until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
The door is this door still the lieutenant gives you. He doesn't like with this. You should punch a fucking hole in it. You slam your fist into the vinyl. It does not produce, not to mention...
Stop that!
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost attaboy. It's coming back to him. You had your mesolimbic reward. There he is. The old boy, the devil. Calmly, the lieutenant looks out of the window, then to you.
What are you doing? We should move.
A real drink would go well with those cigarettes you're looking. The worker, perhaps he's on his way to eat. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back.
Transport enclosure. Regular people just call it the cage. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shine.
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal. A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some... I took them and arrested him for driving... I don't know. Is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back. All right, let's not take them now. Then, come back once we realize we have to. Have this conversation again.
The cage at the...
I confiscated this for a little while back.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners. Stuck in the windows are clear. The driver, the back end of the cabin.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this. Likely, yes.
He was acting tough before.
Hello again, officer. Excuse me?
She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should drop this line of questioning. She shifts in her seat awkwardly.
I'm a Nighthawk. What can I say?
Odd.
Of course. Where to? There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment buildings, the harbor gates. Some kind of commotion. The harbor gates. Some shops and a bridge. Just coast.
Rows of stalls.
I don't know. It's just water.
In the west.
What do you mean? Yes, sir. District.
He knows where we are. He just wants directions.
No problem.
Can I help you? Do I have a shaker in my hand?
He sounds irritated.
Am I wearing a little bow tie? Am I smiling? Do you see me smile? That's right, I'm the cafeteria manager. I'm glad we cleared that. Is there any— Well, you're not getting it, asshole!
This is a thoughtful exchange, but can we move on, please? Yes? What do you want to know? What's there to say? It's just stupidity. The cop kind. Or well, sort of. I think the dispatch desk just...
So, he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competition.
Yes. I'm an unrepentant spoilsport. Martinez? Nothing.
A tremble comes over you. Tell him. Tell him why it's you. He opens one hand and looks at it.
Which school do you subscribe to? Mambo or Jumbo? Hangovers do give officers superpowers. Many drink only to receive. It is good to have a para-detective in a labor dispute. I can see why they sent you. Should we? Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter.
He's actually glad it's addressed now. Only banal things strike you, one you should be ashamed of. It's no wonder the soft one doesn't want it, because you're the best qualified. No, that doesn't seem. If you're so well qualified, why can't you remember why you were sent? Anyway, don't keep the lieutenant.
Yes?
What if you did it? Yes, you killed him. Maybe this is why your chest feels so hollow. Are you sure you would have the strength to take down a hardened mercenary? You're not in the best shape.
And what has led you to this conclusion? That is a common side effect of overindulgence. I find that highly unlikely. It's not unusual for detectives to feel complicit in a crime until the perpetrator is apprehended, especially when...
Hello again, officers. Ooh. Not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner. Yes. I keep hoping a shaft will collapse. Does anyone?
If there's pain about any particular...
It doesn't have to do. Shoot, pig.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the forestay to the backstay on this.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
This...
The aim is to gain a deeper understanding.
No, but please. A little context. Ah, yes. The episode.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well.
We may be here a while then.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, 6 kilometers southwest in the Valley of Dogs. Junior officer to his left, his partner, Emil Mullins. Yes, he lost his mind. Tilbrook answers. Finger, we always.
You? You're an officer of the RCM. Preciso Mundo. Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, detective.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is The RCM's responsibilities are...
All three are good to know when we are out policing.
There's nothing basic about your role, detective. It's true. Yet, on the other hand, the post-revolutionary decade was they called it...
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is a mutual... Revacholians get to keep the peace in Revachol.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is... And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, we're in Martinez, baby. Martinez is a district of Revachol. You would be excused for not knowing about... It's not really a sea, it's... Yes.
Vast. Lukewarm.
I'm not a good ambassador. This place used to be a province, Caillou, as you already know.
It is clear this pebble.
Revachol? The great...
As if itself...
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. The nations of the Occident, or migrant... in the DeLorean century. They say it's where the terrible questions of our... By that I mean, we are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island, able to sustain up to 200... Oh, we're quite a way off. About 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That's...
Silence. The water, the light. There is no recognition. Only the immensity of the...
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
This is one thought you...
Was there something else you wanted to know?
This has been informative. Thank you, man. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner... Might I suggest not asking them all right now?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
Oh, of course not. You are already diligent for getting this far. And diligent boys remember where...
Indeed. And these are unimportant times, detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late. For the big time.
The smile of a predator.
All men are predators, dear. Nothing much to be done about that. It's all a matter of where you... The revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next. Who gets shot in the head, and who get... Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution.
She's not gloated. It's a...
Oh, and the anarchists too. Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people. Yes. The Red Deluge. Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. Which one? Actually, it doesn't matter. King Guillaume has always been my favorite. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist king. The liberals got the mineral rights. Liberals argued some were rich enough to stay. They didn't win so much to foreign intervention. The liberals took the coalition of
There is bitterness in her voice.
The moralists believe, at least not in the same...
The rulers of Revachol.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist. An almost endearingly moralist standpoint. The turn of the century revolution? The revolution began in It wasn't a who, but a what. From Revachol and Grad? Why? You and I, officer. Our life.
Something tells you her life and yours.
No doubt. But we share the same time and position. A city-state divided into free market.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill.
The zone of control is the modernity. They did 43 years. The 20s saw a decade of urban war. The 30s? No. It was a market mirage. Welcome to reality, baby.
From the looks of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control. You can see it in...
I've no right to be dissatisfied. This shirt is Barbara Muscova. This raincoat is impervious to rain and is guaranteed. We could have had so much more. Good question. What would you have done differently?
A cold creeps up your spine.
So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion, a complex folding protein, unlife, with the technology 50 years ago?
The wind stops, and for a...
Liquidate? That's what King Philip kept... In the end, they liquidated the Sol Aurum, melted the palace...
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official position of the RCM.
And what is your official position, Lieutenant?
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old. That's my position. The abattoir.
Understandable. They are what they are. Who knows? Anyway, enough sentimentality. It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain.
She conveys it in short, cold bursts, trying not to invest too deeply in...
Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term That seems...
What this boils down to is, this reality thing is...
Yes, and perform autoerotic asphyxiation on yourself with your funny necktie, out in the open somewhere.
Of course. Well, I'll be here if you need. You're back. Good. What can I help you with at this late hour? Matter of fact, I don't. I have a medical condition of my own. Nothing unusual, though. I'm old, you see. Thank you. I do what I can to remain presentable. Now, ask me some more lessons in basic reality. Nothing more nor less.
Yes, we are the Revach. We are.
Yes. That permit me. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the...
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
I am the vilest of the vile. I am an...
It's sharp.
Yes. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. I pushed the king under a... I can see you thought we'd gone extinct.
In her green eyes you see a mixture of truth and... Forgive her. But only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes.
A devil, who being of great
Beneath her waterproof raincoat and silk shirt.
Steal, kill, and destroy. That they say we've been doing for over 4 decades now. In any case, I'm glad we can remain collegial despite my scaly... When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker...
While a gentle wind sweeps the streets in the...
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez. Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
Yes, I suppose...
Seditious talk, man.
Yes. Whatever else I am. A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar region. Ah! This is the P-2. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements. This one used mostly the
Splat, splat.
Wonderful. Glad to have been of assistance.
Is what you want to say. Look at that lady. A well-kempt, yet wild, dull orange. Now look at you. You're poor. Poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. Yes. You should be able... Oh God. The lieutenant is...
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. Of course, Detective.
Trying to sneak up on me again?
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trip. Try to find something pretty and cool here. Then use it to win her back. Why? What's this? A headless...
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider. The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend. About a man who... 50 cents. Bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the...
Yes. Buy something nice. The boomboxes on the shelf look well loved and well traveled. Chipped, dented. They stare at you. One especially catches your eye. This is you. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
If police work means playing tapes, sure. You can use it for that.
Like a beach party. With sand and sun and...
Theoretically, yes. But we don't have time right now. It's generally murder investigation first, then beach party.
I don't like beaches. They accumulate too many photons. It's always chaos out there.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits...
Yes, officer. As you see, it was brought to me...
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever. What?
700 real.
A bargain? No, it's not. He's...
The light has undergone 3 transformations, and, well, There are the cost of removal and rewiring. The most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor. It's not often that I see officers from the RC. What can I do?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the...
I haven't had any problems myself, though some...
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained.
Entertained? He might be high. If he is, on what? Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward? Lucky bastard. A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes...
Why on earth? These are prescription. I can't really see without them.
There's a note of indignation in his voice. Those triangle patches on his vest.
I was with the emergency relief brigade. Had to take Perolidon for radiation sickness.
He's taken it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened. And why so much disappointment and early deaths. Cancer mostly. No one's.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor. The cleanup so I came to Martinet. A bad idea. We were an all...
Tough son of a gun, this one.
I lived by the river. There wasn't much... I like the theory more than the story.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Have you tried it before?
It's almost like he's worried for you. The lieutenant steps away, pretending to admire some of the knickknacks on display. Looks like... Go ahead then, he thinks. As long as you can walk straight, I don't care.
Here you go, man.
Yes, darling. That's the coalition government ordained Perolidon. Straight.
Of course. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have. I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business.
No one likes to see what you have to see every day.
I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad.
No one likes to see what you...
The corpse behind the hostel, I assume. I don't have a truck with a mounted platform. Ask around the harbour.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing.
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question.
What? The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long.
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
You weren't quiet. Yourself. You were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to your life and that you can't. When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it.
You sucked on a gun? Good.
15 real.
The lieutenant looks from you to Roy, and then back to you. It's clear that this has got to be the moment. There's pity there too, in case you didn't notice. The light swirls in his face and glasses. He doesn't know.
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. Truth be told, she was...
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the Citizens Militia.
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
It's possible in these parts of town. We ought to find her and discourage her from taking justice into her own hands.
My apologies, officer.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it.
Of course.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for...
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course. I meant no offense.
Thank you. Here's the 100 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The windfall is a small...
Anything else you're thinking of selling? I'm not purchasing anymore, and especially that tie. It swallows photons around it.
Your mother is a necrotic object! I'm fun! Look at me sparkle in the light of the projector!
Oh, no. I don't like those kinds of photic paths, counter-radiance networks, anti-magnetism. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps. Sure thing. Sure, man.
A couple of indicator lights are missing. This panel, you pull the lever all the way up until nothing happens. Nothing happens. A spring brings the lever back to its original. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality? You pull the lever, nothing happens. A spring brings. Wasn't there a sign?
Can I help you? Yes. Have you... Well? Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay...
He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money, he really wants to make sure you're not...
The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till... Please pay for each night in advance.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Do I have a shake?
He sounds irritated.
Am I wearing a little bow? Am I smiling? Because I'm not a bartender. I'm a cafeteria manager. Even more reason for me not to serve you, sir. Was there anything else you needed? Other than... Another thing. Yes, not the...
He hates the Union, but grudgingly...
I don't.
We should find out. We don't.
Yes?
The door is closed. Still, the lieutenant gives you a quick... He doesn't like it. You should punch a fucking hole in it.
Hey, what is your problem?
That felt good. Everyone is a whore. You hear the murmur. This is the door to the room.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's...
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then...
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically. Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. Our inspection could have been more thorough, as it always can. The body is still hanging from that tree, which is unfortunate.
He is not particularly satisfied with your progress, but he doesn't want you to feel completely discouraged. Probably out of fear that you'll just give up and keep drinking.
The autopsy may reveal additional importance. As for the interviews, we weren't able to find the union leader, Evrard Clare. We talked to Joyce Messier, but didn't get any information from her. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those heels. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
Thank you for the compliment. We could manage it even in wooden cloth.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly...
You're cold, detective. Again, I only have exactly one every night. You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will, and unhealthy.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself.
Yes. It's been a long and... They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of... Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request record. Officers of the RCM have been known to take... The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to solve a station closely. It prevents confusion and overcrowding. You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
When power calls you, you come. But power itself is a fragile trick of perception.
As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power. You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couronne and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimony and the moral intern more broadly, but yes. The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just... What do they believe in? They are DeLoreans. They believe they continue the humanist project. Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not.
Something even a little feminine, but in a strict manner.
A historic figure?
For you, she is something painful.
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts.
It is more than that.
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moral, but the years have changed that. Do you? In fact, we would need them even if you didn't think that way. We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Then you will adore Martinez. For many of these people, the Union especially, vigilantes is precise.
The lights of the orphan district are reflected in his glass. The dying lights of the city shimmer below, slowly, like luminous. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company. Not daring to come here more often. It's like I told you, we run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works.
Night. Captain Ptolemy Price steps into the yard. A piebald horse waits by the motor carriage, chewing oats out of an oat bag. Rows of houses on either side, hunching over the side. Thanks, kid, he thinks. He's grateful.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our life. Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go. Yes?
You pick over what's left of your frontal cortex, but no compelling explanations emerge.
Yes?
You pick over what's left of your frontal cortex, but no compelling explanations emerge. It's the ledger you found in the trash. Oh, and a cool piece of toilet paper. The window stands broken in its frame. What do you mean? Assess the damage. How would you do that? You see some lights shimmering. The bed is cold and not but
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after night.
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep. And then sleep doesn't come. Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed. Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated into half. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the... Something to do, your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. You failed Elysium. Everything. The Pale and the useless. On the surface, you really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do, even in your dreams. And you'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Stinky boy. You're not coming back from shit, thrashing around in that high conductivity state of... You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just...
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of time to go to work in the shit factory.
Good going, buddy. Yes, wait till you see the one with the chick in it. It's gonna be a good one. You don't know? You don't know? You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying. That's not really true. Your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your... Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear. Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. You got up from this floor because of a holy vow you made 16 years ago. With me. Don't be silly. There was no vow. You were high on speed. Of course. You and Speed will be happy again. The door is... This door still... You should punch a fuck. That felt good. Don't. You slam your fist into the vinyl. It does not produce a... Not to mention...
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. Everything points to the dock workers union. The bell, which may, of course, all be... ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the union. These men who drink beer for breakfast? I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it. That would just escalate tension. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war.
He's not exaggerating about that mortal.
One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them.
Good. A power move. But aren't you curious?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting my time?
Just a moment. And there's no...
The closest phone booth is down the coast.
It's fine, I understand.
The lady is distressed. Perhaps something more upbeat might cheer.
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. The union office probably has a phone, but to let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, I was also hoping...
You hear that? Someone's missing. There could be foul play. That's right. Now skip the... Doing some good will alleviate the hangover. At least you're of...
That's just it. This isn't...
A cold breeze hisses through
But you have more important things to worry about. Oh, yes. A zoologist.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimate...
That's one opinion, yes.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to...
It's not a hobby, dear. It's, searching for such species.
She's completely internal.
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly... But they should have returned by...
The water lock. That was broken. Could this be it?
Oh, sweetie. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day. Oh my. What happened to the water lock? Oh, now you're just having fun at an old woman's expense. In any case, thank you for looking into this.
You're welcome.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so... Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell...
Oh, I'd be delighted.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
He nods and assumes, oh, cryptids. Let's hear about all the interesting cryptids. Ooh, tough choice there.
The Gnome of Jeroma. Oh, it is. None of his victims survived. Grieving relatives never even found. It was reportedly a small creature with webbed fingers. A couple of campers found it when it still took the...
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't there detailed illustrations of it in science textbooks?
Alas, the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it instead. All the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surround.
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
The lieutenant pauses. Something in him.
Ah, fuck it. Let's have more cryptids.
Well, the biggest cryptid is the giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur Desert in South Samara, casting a strange mirage or a psychogenous lumen. No one knows for sure. The towering luminosity of Kokon.
Hui. No animal can be that large.
That's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very there are limits, you see, to how...
Great. This is great shit. You need more.
Cryobacter catlensis.
Yes, a unicellular bacterium that was discovered in one of the North bacterial colony, Migenou disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to... Yes, the bacteria had survived in the...
It's actually a little hard to see, but do go on.
Yes, and she's quite mad, too. After she treated herself with... We can assume that she has been living somewhere in the wilderness for decades now. Yes, it's the kind green ape. Half-wars. Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. Yes, it has amazing healing quality. Indeed, there is. It's our closest relative among the cryptids, which is to say the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor and that evolved parallel to our own, just like your partners.
Ma'am, you are confusing him.
Please don't misunderstand me, either of you. Human, as it is used in everyday speech, is hardly... Though Saolites do have some distinguishing characteristics.
Yes, advantages such as the flakier texture of Saolite earwax, or so I've heard. Nothing inspires pride in one species quite like speculative...
What an interesting...
Of course. All fairy tales have someone or something invisible in them.
It's the Col de Mama d'Aqua. Its name means thin whisper of sound, and that's precisely what it is. Self-replicating sound with plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. When playing back recordings they had made, the scientists soon discovered they...
She transforms when...
They realized that they had discovered. They grew quite obsessed. Sequester, time, just can't. That is a sad story. A group of university students assisting with the field work in their enthusiasm for the project, and they tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started...
This lady really should be a teacher. She's really good at the explaining things.
Exactly. And these tests were performed so recklessly that when they...
Great regret washes over her.
After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of anomalies.
Of course. A common thread in these. Disappear.
I'm glad you did, dear. It could be. As I said, it could be everywhere.
Maybe it's predatory.
It's not. Don't worry. If it were predatory...
I wouldn't be so sure. What if the damage...
Like nothing, it's such a high-pitched sound.
Fine, I'll bite. How can an animal be a sound?
Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny corpuscle. What about what? I'm glad you like them, but I'm not really one to tell you about all of them. You should ask my husband if you get the chance. He's the real expert. Oh dear, I'm not sure where to begin. Well, his expression is slightly...
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting...
One other thing. He'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but by a dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. We hit it off and...
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I hope I've been useful. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with... And
the lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Well, it's a...
Oh, yeah.
Where other phasmids, hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid.
There's a touch of awe in the way she...
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with...
It's not made up, officer.
There's a hint of defensiveness to her retort.
It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoology... Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptos. Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so well? Some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but they're... Oh dear. I'm afraid Morel can explain it all much better.
You know, to hell with it. Let's have more crypt.
Of course, officers. I'm glad you like...
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type. Guess. That is only a ludicrous daydream. Guess again. You're the... No, you're the sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Huge lack of enthusiasm going on in here. What? Jealous of the sorry cop? Of course you are. It's okay. See if you can get something. That won't happen. Lonesome. Long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41. The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod.
Speak Revacholian? We speak Suren. There is no such thing as the Revacholian.
The cook is still smoking, ash falling from between his fingers.
Good thing he didn't understand a word of your stupidity.
He looks up at you, then looks away. Quick. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what.
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome. No, I am not a gardener. I'm a legal... So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. No...
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will...
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't...
I saw what you were thinking. You want to say, what are you going to do? You will not lose out on anything good by...
What are we going to do to you?
You were specifically asked not to say that.
The Union isn't going to do...
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM. Aggressive. You make your living enforcing violence.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Look, a comedian. Do your job, ask your questions, then get out of Martinez. Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor.
This is where you say your bit.
He's used to giving orders and having them obeyed.
Detective.
Precinct 57's finest scans the room, leaving the speaking to you. He trusts you. Maybe against his better judgment, but he does.
Wow. Real big dick cups. Yeah, look at that. Must be something in the water in Jamrock.
Yeah.
You might want to start asking your...
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them.
No. I's here. You got business with my boys.
He understood what you were doing. Taking in. Now watch the other guys fuck it up by falling out.
Yeah! You fuck with the Hardy boys, you...
Yes. Falling.
Relax, Dennis. No one is
Use it to take a dig at.
Yeah, Dennis, calm.
Let Dennis enjoy.
This one.
Yeah.
Easy, Phil.
Too late. You already got a pretty good picture of these guys. You can use this. You could take another look at the tracks in the yard. See if they fit with the characters here. It could be incredible.
So, you're not just here to swing your big dick.
They couldn't get him down, boss.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Container belt? Like we use in the... Because we took it from the harbor where we work. Then we...
As he speaks, his fists contract.
We did this. Together. All of us. Until he was dead. That's why the goddamn...
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't win.
They're playing to their considerable strength in numbers. Don't talk about arresting them. You'll only bring attention to your inability.
How many people have you sent to the
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
But you see, a lawman, is something people agree upon. And here in Martinez, we...
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. Do you think you could do that?
Titus, keep addressing him. He wants everyone to know he's in charge.
That's for the courts in Leisure. What you can.
No. We'll stay here and discuss what happened that night.
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out of...
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hired...
Cause one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm RNE's goddamn special forces.
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some... We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did. Right there. Like...
Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill...
There's slight unease in him, suddenly. He regrets mentioning the...
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt?
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you.
Yeah, me and Eugene got around. Aren't you fucking listening?
No, you're not getting the name. That's...
Despite the stonewalling, you can slip one more question in.
What about him?
You don't have to keep answering his...
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night.
Known him? Yeah!
Quiet.
By the Pine Skull, you mean Joyce Messier? The
No. I mean the Pines Cat. Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy?
That's enough insinuation for...
We hanged him up by his neck.
Didn't they teach you any...
You're pretty sure you've had at least 2 years of cop school. Certainly enough to not put up with this back sass. Deliver a knockdown observation.
Titus.
We overpowered him.
Dragged his unconscious body to the tree.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
With numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right, Lizzie.
No, he hasn't. Not yet. Actually, they're admirably well, this one, but he's always fidgeting.
Weren't you fucking listening?
Titus lets the others clear.
Like what, Copper? Yeah, lawman. Why don't you?
Weren't you warned to not go down?
Not in the arresting...
A fearful readiness. By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from easy. Walk back from the provocation. They're armed, and they outnumber us.
Wise move. You made the right choice there.
Nothing. Your investigation here is done.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder, even if it is a group.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us.
Rent-a-cop? So that's what this is about. He doesn't see you as his... Forget about their games. You've mapped out the characters. Reading the footprints in the yard should be easier now. Was that? Could it be the Col de Mamadakwa? No. There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring.
No, I don't hear the Col de Ma...
Of course he doesn't. He's dead. There it is again. It must be very close. What are you doing? You're a police officer, not a pansy ornithologist. Oh no. No. Too late. It's gone. Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species really...
Hello? Me? No one. I'm just a working...
She doesn't really want to be... Is she such a working-class woman?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working-class woman needs something to... I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
What with?
This citizen thinks she can do without your assistance.
My husband? I don't know. At home now?
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but... I don't really need to know where my husband is. No. Why are we still talking about...
She has, though. The husband is totally lost.
What?
Oh.
Who said anything about shame? Stop talking down to me. My husband is not miss...
But he is. You can feel it. Or maybe...
No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not missing...
You know where they are. They're at home. Smoke. What if something horrible has happened? What if they're dead? That's the bad vibe you got before.
What? That's just... My daughters are... They're almost grown up now anyway. They're past the age they need me protecting them from everything now. My youngest girl, Jolie, is just shy of 16. Jenny, she is turning... Why do you need to know this? Haven't I repeatedly told you that they're not missing...
Did someone say party? You could use a party. Hunt it down.
A killer party? What is it with you and pulp staples, my god? Please, no more talk about my daughters. They are fine. I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you...
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get like this. It's better to indulge him at this point.
I don't even have a cockatoo. And guess what? Even if I had, it wouldn't be missing. Great. Nothing. Go read up on them if you're so interested.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral...
Wonderful. The store is open.
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips, an array of neurons fire up with joy.
No, I don't. Why do you think that I smoke? No, you don't. I already told you.
She's lying. She's goddamn lying. She has smokes.
Sorry, officer. From the kiosk?
She sighs. The woman before you. The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks, rows and rows of him. The display rack is a small mountain of colorful board.
Hello again, esteemed officer. A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of biographies.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposed... A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling out the book title.
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits. You wait for the storekeeper to be distracted. It's quite a challenge, but eventually, the guide to the cockatoo. A cockatoo is a parrot with an erectile crest, found on the Seminine Islands and in southern Fas a la Mer. Known for their intelligence and general precociousness, cockatoos are popular birds in aviculture. This book talks about the delicate nature of toos, as well as introducing some of the most popular species among the bird enthusiasts. This is a yellow-tailed black cockatoo. Its specific name... Where to even begin? All cockatoos are known for their needy natures, requiring attention for at least 2 full hours a day. They love to talk and have been described as lovable clowns who just don't know how to wrap up. Pet owners also report moodiness, loudness, and hostility as recurring issues. If left unsatisfied, cockatoos may... It is not recommended to get a cockatoo if you're not able to cook them food every day and give them the full care that they need. These birds will never understand that you have a life of your own. You're right. Cockatoos are magnificent creatures. They love to perform, cuddle and show off, and will even scream for fun, often as loud as up to 135 decibels. Perhaps the most impressive of all the species, the endangered major majestic cockatoo, is often described as the most flamboyant bird in the jungle. Its pink-colored wings and flowing crest embellishing its proud and bumptious nature. In the words of poet-explorer Sir James Fournier, few birds more enliven the monotonous hues of the verdant forest than this big, bold, and beautiful species. Despite its banging name, the bang-bang cockatoo is actually the shyest of the species, common in almost all Seminoles forests, as well as zoos and homes all over the world. Its plumage is mainly gray and white. The Seminoles name, bang-bang, yes, but all those cockatoo species are so different. Which one are you? You're right. You're Psittacus venereus embodied. This ominous bird belongs on your heraldry. An intricate web of blue lines. It still kind of looks like a map of the sea for you to discover. Someone close to the victim might gone.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Excuse me? I don't know. The most talkative one? The what now? You truly are one strange cop, aren't you? Excuse me? I don't know. Some things are, officer.
The woman before you, not the dented yellow male. There is a hollow, saddened. Your toe has suffered damage.
Cool. You really showed that mail collection box. I don't.
He must see the box as the weaker. The dented yellow male. There is a hollow, saddened ring as you kick the Levantorier male. Your toe has suffered.
Cool. You really showed.
The lieutenant pats the box on the head, ever so. The dented. There is a hollow, saddened. Your toe.
Cool.
The lieutenant pats the. The dented. There is a hollow, saddened ring as you kick the Levantorier mail collection box. It sounds betrayed, in disbelief even. Your toe.
Cool.
The lieutenant. Bent metal. Broken. You are the destroyer. The bane of kudos. The dented. There is a hollow. Your toe.
Cool. You're
the lieutenant. The dented. There is a hollow, saddened ring as you kick the Levantorier mail collection box. It sounds betrayed, in disbelief even. You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm. Don't think this is a sign of anything other than your heart fate. There's no shame in surrendering now. We all do. It gets... Cop suffers final heart attack. Bent metal. Broke. You are the destroyer. Kudos. There are clothes inside.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your...
Economical, but also trendy. Look first hand. Buy second hand. Keep the...
Something cold. This jacket is the apex of human, practical, and yet it may deaden your senses to...
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
You see two lowly, defeated speakers, thralls,
I can see you've a taste for luxury.
a pair of Faun Ultras.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest Faun sneakers. Super Air, super fine,
These once respectable speakers,
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here. These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm ashamed to even use them for props. No way, officer! These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Well, if you want, but see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go, if on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too,
there's a pint.
you like sunglasses, officer?
Abort.
Damn, officer! You look like a meg.
They're perfect for...
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through, officer.
Hello. The Coldima Madakwa. Sorry, I would never have guessed that you were that interested. How interesting. Well, it's been a long while since I've once knew a group of young musicians who decided they didn't want to play music anymore. This was before, you know, lost touch with them after all of that. Cool or not, one of them was obsessed with recording the Coldima Madakwa. And he was one of those passionate people who know a lot about all kinds of strange things. So he got the rest of us to join in his search. We thought we did. We got together all these recordings of unusual sound patterns, compared them, cut them. Unfortunately, I don't have any recordings from my old life. None at all.
Do we really have time for this?
This recording comes from down the coast. Wasn't looking to record anything specific. Keep in mind, I have to slow this one down enough to make sounds well over 200.
As the hum grows louder, modulating, but always unnaturally, uncomfortably low. Like that's an illusion. Your breathing is just as it was. There's a growing sense of dread. The sound is coming from inside you, but also surrounding you. It feels as though someone is standing just outside your range of vision and watching you, doing this to you. He nods to you, reassuringly, just as more diverse, higher-pitched sounds, some random, some
gulls and skewers. But
a low range of sounds is easier to handle with a focal point, but still troubling. You are mesmerized by the sounds, but also feel nausea.
You know, now that I've listened to it on these new speakers, it's not the cold Imamadakwa. Wrong patterns, wrong photons. Probably some insect trying to sing higher than its predators can hear. Still, fascinating, aren't? Sure, let me have a look. I'm not purchased and as
Your mother is an necrotic object!
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
You see rows of toy soldiers.
We are still waiting for a replacement for the bull you sent sinking. Ah, yes! King Philip III.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine...
Cocaine? Cocainum? Sounds like our...
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood. A nation is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such mad...
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
The Carabiner doesn't reply, but no one and nothing can change this man's mind. He is as rigid as they come, still in that antique uniform.
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple-nosed candy. The nobility loved...
You can't even take responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler? That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine, for clarity of vision, to aid in their work. Regnum cocainum, Revachol's finest years.
I'm satisfied with this explanation.
Of course. Clarity of vision. Oh.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor.
Higher realms. Of course, it all makes sense.
It's really not. Please, do spare us the cook.
Yes, indeed. We're not here to investigate.
But imagine, purest cocaine. Now that would make you feel like a...
Oh, hold...
You can't... That's why
I'm set.
Of course.
Philip III was...
Higher realms. Of course.
Please, officer. Don't encourage it.
Yes, indeed. We're not here to investigate it.
But imagine...
Right.
Revacholian nationhood. The Revacholian state will be a serene place. You should get a drink. A beautiful, serene place of mystery and peace. It will...
Officer, the mere sight of sure, officer.
There, working class drunk. You know what? Cracked it. All in a good day's work. What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is. Yes, and you found him. Now go and tell the working class woman. Protect and serve, recruit. There's no need for champagne when there's honor, recruit. Go and tell the working...
God damn it, I already told you. My husband isn't missing. And I specifically added that I didn't need... Very well then. Where is he? Excuse me?
There's something else hiding in her voice, though. A trait.
Right, 'cause working class women come with alcoholic husbands. You know what? You were right. I do have an alcoholic husband. Although not that one. No, he's not. Or maybe he is, I don't know. He's probably in the park, or in Sham. I haven't seen him for... Well, to hell...
There. She's worried now.
Man, just to be completely clear.
Report what? He's just out drinking with his friends. I'm sure the police has better things to do than to chase down local goofballs.
She sighs, but you can detect a slight hint of gratitude and relief from her face.
All right, go ahead. Honestly, not that different from you. That's one way to put it, yes. No offense. I'd also add...
Wait, did she just imply that you're fat? You're not fat. The body type she's referring to is called a...
You both share what? I'm not sure about the rest, but softly round sounds about right. What else? He was wearing a dark brown leather jacket with a bright blue inner lining. The lining is hand-sewn.
It's his cool jacket. God knows it's too cold to run around in this, but he refuses to change.
I even tried throwing it away once, but he just dug it out of the bin. Can you believe it? Well, what can you do? I hope that at least that...
She's thinking about him out in the cold, in some park, or on...
Yesterday morning, he went to the library. He went to retrieve my book, and he promised. Because we talked about this. We talked about not wandering off again.
Gone for around 36 hours then. Damn, this is... She turns away from you in an attempt to...
So you are going to look for...
She genuinely wants you to know. Don't make her...
Thank you. Please do. Even though I'm sure he will return home by himself. I'm still
She tries to maintain a brave front.
I'm sure he will too. When he does, would you let Precinct 57?
I will. Of course, officer. As I said, it's probably nothing. Right. What about...
She gives you a short nod.
Scab?
What did he just call you? Oh no, not this again. You just got away from that fucking kid.
No, I said Scab. I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money. Speaking of, what brings the RCM here, to the Wild North? Come to see the strife? Body still hanging in the tree? Hey, that's a rough pickle. Can't help. I'm not really an admirer of dead bodies. Might be someone else from the Union Convention. I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage I walk right past Measurehead, and yeah, the 2.5-meter tall Semini Supremus is there. Then press the button to unlock the door, then go past him again, and you enter the arbor through the office. Está. Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, or you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible. Not yet, no. He's
Nothing a couple of solid hooks from Dexter and Sinister won't fix.
Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic. Sure. Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder. That's okay. I have no idea what I'm doing either. I don't even know what day it is. Don't tell me. It's a better day that way. You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss would be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and are on a better footing with the organizer.
body betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Don't say anything. Size him up first.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology? It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Sandwich. You are not in danger. Because you are not at... What is this androgynous display of sexual maturity?
Things are not as bad as they look. Sure, you have high blood pressure from metabolizing heroic quantities of ethanol.
I can see you were once an athlete, then deteriorated in your 20s. It is typical of your haplogroup. Let's blame the failed education system and Linium's.
Jean-Luc, his body is betraying his degeneracy pretty hard. Maybe you can ask him to leave.
That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb to Al Ghul. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al Ghul emerges from your throat.
It's not good. It's like a rat crawled into your stomach, got drunk and drowned.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink.
Show him the ham still got it.
Jerking motions. Signs of a late-stage neurodegenerative disorder. How far the Occidental haplogroup has fallen. You gave the world eugenics, electricité. You dominated lesser cultures. Like you will be superseded.
It is, baby.
There is a button right behind him. Just, this man is not budging. Let's hope his superiors inside are more cooperative.
It is my task to keep the degenerate drunks from entering the arbor. Enough with this begging. You should leave. Bring your troops to the Simonine Islands and to Boogie Street. The walls will be...
This is your chance. He's talking. No, don't rip into anyone. You're sensitive. Remember? Communicate. Go ahead. Don't be shy. Just ask for race secrets.
Do not be naive. I know the answer to the great race enigma. Why would I share it with a deformed infant? You do not have the devotion.
How did this happen? Your little fist is in his giant hand, and he's squeezing it. It hurts.
You must be out of your mind, degenerate drunk.
Your fist cracks in his hand like a ripe apple. Pain shoots up in...
The words to the song have changed.
Your hand twists in his grip, and the pain blinds you. Still you press the...
Good. Now leave before you humiliate your homoerotic organization any further.
He does not so much as glance at the object.
Stop showing me your
Does he strike you as the kind of man?
Racists are generally not very good example. I am not like...
True. That is a noble.
You exhibit forward projection of the jaw, indicative of schizophrenia. It is impossible to see any more of your bone structure. This leads me to conclude you are not a police officer. Your racial heritage is uninteresting.
He's right there. It's almost impossible to get it on unless you're both.
Don't be vulgar. White or not has gotten...
There must be some friction there. He's keeping it well.
Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will also to serve. Idiotic communism is the single greatest. Above all, rampant multinational finance still rate offshoots of the Seminese people invented. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable, the South Island race. Haplogroup, we are the future. That is all. I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulembuir are with no. I have heard...
He would be appreciative if you did not further chase this line of inquiry in front of...
I'm from Couronne. And no, you have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today. You have extinction to come to terms with.
I think this racist is better than the last. But the next racist will be the really good one. There always is.
Race is reality.
We still need to get into the harbor. We need help with the...
Nice aggression with the native. Don't let the chief fool you next time. You don't need to be that up in him.
Not bad advice, actually.
Let's talk about our right to work. No, I'm not a fighter. I'm a worker.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't force us into situations where I may have to shoot random civilians. Because that won't get us... I'm not even sure the one bullet my chamber holds would even prick that hook. We are not here on some political quest. We are here to solve a crime. Don't make the situation any more volatile than it already... There must be some other way. Let's go see the yard again. It faces the other end of the harbor. And you're just going to let him manipulate you like that? We are not here on some political quest. We are here to solve a crime. Don't make the situation any more volatile than it already is.
The lieutenant groaned. That's right. You should do it again.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Again. About fucking time.
Establish authority. Yes. Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind.
Stop shitting your pants. You don't need the law. Handle it, all right?
Yeah. Aren't you listening? It's...
For God's sake, stop shouting! Stop breaking things in my establishment!
Sounds like someone's damn.
They're not going to give you anything, can't you see? I can't have a police interrogation in here. People are trying to eat. Of course it concerns me if you...
Easy, babes. What is this? I can't have a slap fight in my...
We are deep in Far's territory.
Everyone can see you picked some wrong options. Next time you have to come up with better things to say.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
The man before you is naked, but... The man before...
Of course. You have... Maybe I was get... It's a mishmash, copper ball. No. You think I am. You think I was a racist because I know other come back late.
Yes?
You pick over what's left of your frontal cortex, but no compelling explanations emerge. No response. He just... A moment passed. The man before you is naked. As you narrow only the lower extremity, the cadaver slowly twists. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel.
This is the Kupris Kinema, my motor carriage.
Motor carriage. Something bad. Nothing. It's probably nothing. Forget I brought it up. Please.
No, I'm afraid not. We have a murder case on our hands, remember? A motorized vehicle, officer. I'm sure you are familiar with the concept. We've had these for nearly a century. The Kupris motorcar does provide most of our patrol vehicles, yes.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if start.
No, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They're all...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? This is... Sylvie Mal... Yes. Hello? Oh, great. Yes, I know who you are.
Yeah, I think she got it. Good job.
You told me back in the whirling. You told everybody. And so does your badge. I don't need to hear about it anymore. Oh.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? He's in plain clothes, voluntarily. It's different from not knowing where your uniform is. There are officers who wear the signature Perseus.
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective. You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating and...
Sounds like it's going to be...
You were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then...
Some poor sod was trying to eat his pudding while you were screaming, spit flying, imitating the mercy shot right next to him. People tried to back away from you or even slip out of the door, but you screamed. I am the goddamned law, and you have to listen to me. You are all suspects in a murder investigation.
No, please, no more suicide threats. Thank God you don't have that stupid gun anymore.
There is silence on the other end.
Me neither. No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like big bucks. It almost looked like you pawned it. But believe me, I did not ask. Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. You had your things on. The disco things.
Somewhere in a dank rental apartment, one of the men, trying not to slip on old news, goddamn. Officer Michelle Elfboy, will you...
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
10-4, come in.
Wait, before you say anything stupid, you're going to be looking at a strip.
10-4, sir, I'm not hearing your question. What? He wants to... What of? Tell him. What do you need, sir? Understood, sir. Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
Looking for something, Grunt? Oh, not much anymore. The strike? Apples. Yeah, apples.
He's given you the runaround. Let's be honest, you were bested.
Is this about the... because Frick has an army? Yeah, like, 2... I don't know.
Businesses often hire private security.
You think the police, like, bother catching shoplifters? Frick polices them...
You better behave yourself in this fritte, or who knows. A colourful display.
Again, I'm obliged to...
Oh, hello, dear.
Can I help you?
You see a heavy steel. The door does. chambers, a ceiling height window. The men are talking, but you swear you hear those black limbs. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. You're not so sure about that.
Yeah, your mother.
Nothing. Just black tangle. The door, it's still the lieutenant. He doesn't like. You should punch a fucking hole. You hear the murmur. The fan stands. The lights are on. The switch must be broken because a mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. The faucet is quite terribly mangled. You handle the chain cutters deftly. I told you that you needed those chain cutters. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it. Still not happening. Whoa. In your hand, Pyrrolidon, the double rainbow of synthetic hallucinogens. What a funny little cap. Don't let the scare... It's not gonna give you radiation poisoning, stupid. Pyrrolidon is a perfect match for a bad... No problem. This one's for the brave and...
You've passed up your chance to start using Pyrrolidon for now, but don't...
plaster cast bust depicts a...
What now? Of course.
Give me a moment. I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them. We won't be killing anyone. And you shouldn't say things like that. You're a police officer.
She's seen it and known those.
It's barely been.
And all she gets, too. This door is no one.
We should return in the evening.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Why must we stop to look at this wall every time we pass by?
You're back. Good. You're back. Good. It's quite straightforward. Someone is using terminal
Ingredients.
meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff. Yes. After they clear the terminal,
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, man.
we're in logistics. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link. Unlikely, officer. I'm talking about the lorries. Once the ingredients reach Jamrock, perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still... I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you. We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently there's some...
We know the company has launched its own probe into the union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty.
Well, here's your chance, officers. No. We asked East Motor Tract. This is a limited time. Thousands of
Well, at least this...
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Tract and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wonder since I first drove.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand. How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid...
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself.
Yes? Excellent. According to my... It may come to nothing, or it may just blow... In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way...
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle.
No. You need tear to use the tear machine.
The dented yellow milk. The mail collection.
I guess getting past the man ain't that simple after all. So, sorry. Busy surveying the situation. I'm sure you'll figure something out. Wiretapping, telescopic batons, futuristic circuit bending to infiltrate, or calling in tactical air support. You guys have air support, right?
Because we don't. We don't have air support.
I get it. Hush hush about the secret technology.
Something changes in his disposition.
All right, I may have some advice for you on how to deal with Jean-Luc there, out of solidarity to the RCM. First, don't fight him, obviously. Second, get him to share his theory by being subordinate. Admit your lack of expertise. Basically grovel. That's how I do it. You're welcome. Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
The coin narrowly slips by.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to throw it like that. It's a thing we harbor folk. It was not meant as provocation or ridicule.
The boyadero stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the...
I'm really sorry, friend. Fritz nearby. Get some Nosa fed.
Right, 2, 1... A lorry stuck. The windows.
Likely.
He was acting.
Now it's turning into a kind of a